No fancy intro today. What's up, guys? There's only like one person here, so. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? I messed up yesterday. Hey, I messed up yesterday. Because I didn't like Limbus Company, so I made the Limbus Company community mad, and that video had like 100 views and everybody hated it. But also, they're in like turmoil, so I'm just gonna delete that video. What? I'm just gonna delete it. That whole community's on fire, and I didn't mean to step into the metaphorical fire. What's up, Minato? What is up, Monado? Where the fuck is my thing? What the hell did I do with it? Did I not bring it in here like a dumbass? What the f happened while I was gone, bro? Okay, so to explain, I tried this gacha game called Limbo's Company, and I did not have a very favorable opinion on it, but it has a pretty strong fan base. At least I thought it did. It has a pretty strong fan base that really likes it, so like I shit on their favorite game, and yeah, I'm gonna get flack for it. But also, there's I don't understand the full context, but there was some censorship that happened on some girls' titties, and half the community wants to murder the developers, and the other half doesn't want to murder the developers, and then the developers uncensored it, and now a part of the community's mad at the developers for giving into demands of people who want sexual objectification of women, I think, but like, I don't care. I want to see boobs. I don't want to see boobs. That game was kind of a... It was kind of a darker game, so I didn't really want to see titties in it, to be honest. But like I brought up in the stream that day, like if you're playing a game like Nikkei and they censor boobs, that's kind of shitty because Nikkei's whole thing is boobs. Let's be honest.
It's about girls with guns.
It's like, it's about titties and ass, and I don't know, it's just... I stepped into a community on fire, is what happened, chat. And I don't particularly want to stay in a community on fire because the Genshin community catches on fire at least every other fucking week, and I can't handle being in it sometimes. Why do you think we, spread out? Okay, so basically it's a game with a fan base that's full of whiny little bitches. Kinda. I mean, I get where, like, one half of the community is coming from, because, like, from what I could tell of the game, which I didn't play much, I think we only played about an hour of it, and I didn't really like it. But, like, it didn't feel like the game where you would expect to see boobs. You know what I'm saying, chat?
It felt more story-based.
It felt more story-based. Like, it didn't feel like a game that was there to fan service you. And the fact that fans of that game were mad that there was no fan servicing is what kind of freaked me out. Can you bring me a pen by any chance, Cam? Never mind, there's a pen in here. I don't know, like I brought up, like, Nikkei. That game is like a very fan servicey game. And if they removed the fan service from Nikkei, I could see why a community would fucking lose their absolute collective marbles.
But see, like, at that point, like, if it's a game like Honey Pop, right?
Yeah.
And, like, they completely removed all nudity from it, like, what would be the point of even downloading it?
Yeah.
Because, like, it's literally advertised as fan service. So, like, then censoring that, I understand people getting mad about. But if it's, like, a game like Genshin or something, and they have to censor whatever, I'm not as mad about it because you play Genshin purely for a story.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, like, I brought up, also I had to delete the video anyways because I got copyright struck on something in it. It didn't tell me where it was, it just gave me a strike and told me to get rid of it or suffer the consequences. And I kind of...
It was probably something on the soundtrack.
I kind of don't want YouTube to fuck me in the butthole. I have a little bit longer before I monetize, so I'm gonna eat it up. I'm gonna eat up being able to say weird fucking shit.
To be honest, it was probably something in the soundtrack.
Okay, that fan base can't be on your ass because it's your opinion. Well, they will be. I mean, look at the Genshin community, bro. If you shit talk like characters that are really, 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 really liked in Genshin, you could get death threats. Somebody, I remember when I used to be on Twitter. I got rid of Twitter because fuck that. Somebody fucking shit talked to Luke and received death threats for hours. They received so many death threats, bro.
Cast members get death threats?
One of the cast members got death threats for something. I don't know. The Genshin community is one of the... I'll put it as nicely as possible. One of the softer communities on the internet, dude. They will fuck you up over really, really stupid things. Sometimes I get where the community comes from in their need to be really, really defensive, but like... I don't know. Like, the people that are the most sensitive when it comes to the Genshin community are people who overly see themselves on a character, if that makes any sense. Like they give the character they really like their personality, or they think that they share the personality, so that like anytime someone attacks that character, you might as well just be personally attacking the person. That's an example of it, Mr. Fundu. Because I'm thousands of miles away. Well, that's like a perfect example, because one time I made the mistake of saying I didn't like that ship, to which I was sent death threats, I was called lesbian phobic, I was homophobic, all of the phobics, all the phobias you could be, because
You didn't like one ship.
I didn't like one lesbian ship. I didn't say, like, I thought it was gross. I said, no, I'm just not a fan of it. Like... Fuck your ship and fuck you, I'm out. It's what I should have said. To be honest. But, like, you know, once people start, like... I mean, I don't think you realize it, but once people start, like, threatening you and are like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, I hope you fucking die, I'll find out where you live and come kill you, you fucking get pretty panicky, bro. Like, it's fucking scary. All because I didn't enjoy a ship that other people enjoyed. Now, you want to know something about the Genshin community? There's a ship that can piss off people, that can like piss them off so bad. So if you don't like the Yae Miko and Raiden Shogun ship, right? There's a follow-up ship that you can say you like that will send people feral. It will piss them off. And it's kind of funny. It's really funny. I get you, bro. I'll tell you guys what the ship is eventually. This is kind of for you, Mr. Fondue, if you want to know what it is. It's a ship that can really piss off the Yay and Raiden Shogun shippers if you just want to crawl under their skin. Because I have a personal vendetta against them after they sent me death threats. What, Cam?
I didn't say that.
I could have swore you said something. I'm sorry. Say you like Yae Miko and Ayato. Say that's the ship you like. You like the Yae Miko and Ayato ship. They'll like actually start to want to kill you. If they wanted to kill you just because you didn't like it, if you say you like that ship, they'll fucking murder you. They'll straight up try to murder you, bro. It's just a very toxic ship community. You can use that to piss them off. Cause like I don't really mind if anybody ships anybody. It's just like if you tell somebody, if somebody tells you they don't like your favorite ship and your first response is, I'm gonna send death threats to you. You need professional help, buddy. You need professional help. I think they do need to find some inner peace, bro. I literally don't give a shit what they say about me. I like what I like, they like what they like, and if they say they don't like it, then who the fuck asked for your opinion? I get it, bro, I get it. Do I need to present something to my boy here? Let's just present shit that I think. Okay, that's not what we needed to present. Maybe the fucking rubber glove? Maybe the evidence locker? I legitimately don't understand what I'm doing. Nothing I can talk to him about now. Go to the Criminal Affairs Department. Let's go to the detention center. Is there anything new I can talk to you about? Maybe there's something new in the underground parking lot. Can I talk to you? No. I got a 12 gauge haircut. I already investigated all this shit. Okay, I've already done all this. I guess I'll go to the police department's entrance. Go to the Criminal Affairs Department. Back to there. Guard station. So whatever I need to do is still here. I don't remember where we were at because Cam did most of the work last stream. Talk. I don't want to move. Is there something I haven't examined yet, maybe? Goodman's autopsy report. Maybe I need to inspect the face. Oh, I'm doing everything in my power to get back to Maya, or whatever the fuck her name was. Maybe investigating this. Attack, sales online. Emma! I'm glad you so fervently love Emma, Mr. Fundu. I support you. great idea. I love it. That's great. That's just the evidence. Oh, that's trying to say 57, not 59. That's weird. Somebody tried to just cross out the 9. Huh? Okay. Okay. I'm out of ideas. I'm out of ideas, chat. What else to talk to him about? I don't know what else to present him either. Why the fuck does the badge have a fucking screw? Probably so you could, like, tie it to your lapel or some shit. I don't fucking know. Okay, can I talk to you about something new now? No. What the? How did I get into the same conversation by presenting a completely different piece of evidence? Okay. The only thing I can think to do is go back to the guard station. He has the best music in the whole game. Go to the underground parking lot and see if maybe I can examine that. Look, a door. I've already investigated that. We've investigated that. We've investigated that. Okay, we've already investigated all this. A block, it's just gonna tell me about A block. I don't know why those aren't working, Monado, to be honest with you. It should be working. Sometimes it gets turned off, so maybe it got turned off. Maybe I can spray for something new. Nope, can't spray for anything new. Nothing new to talk to her about. Maybe I can present something to this guy. How can I pry into it deeper if that's not going to give me any new options to talk? That's it, that's it. Okay, we're gonna go over this again. And then he says maybe I should, but like... Fuck if I know anymore. He doesn't know what that is, so he's not gonna know what any of this shit is. Maybe he'll know about this. Fuck if I know what to do anymore. You remember what you were doing the last time you were here? I'm fucking lost.
The only thing I remember doing is inspecting everything in the police department storage room, basically. And Officer Meekins was talking about how Goodman pulled a gun on him.
Cause like I don't know what to do. I presented everything I can to him. I presented everything I can to Fuck Nugget. The one that sounds like a nose scanner. You know who I'm talking about. I'm fucking lost as hell what to do. Gumshoe. Yes, Gumshoe. Maybe if I go back to Wright and Co. Law offices, they'll give me something. Okay, so this is how you get hints, is what I'm learning. So it's telling me I need to go back to the evidence room. But I don't know what else to do here. Maybe he'd know about this. Okay, he doesn't know about that. Presume he doesn't know about that. Presume. Okay, we'll talk about that. Will he talk about this? He doesn't talk about that. Will he talk about this? Just gonna present everything to him. Wait. That's Edgeworth? Why the fuck is it? Why is Edgeworth involved in fucking everything? Now that was a bloody violent case. Violent. Now that we got that, maybe I can move here and go to the police department entrance. I can move to the underground parking lot. Let's see, is there anything new to talk to you about? No. So now maybe I can move to the High Prosecutor's office in Edgeworth. No, so now I gotta go all the fucking way back. I'm gonna go to Wright and Co. Get another hint, because I'm fucking lost as hell right now. Okay, so it's still the evidence room. I'm still fucking somehow by the grace of God not done there. You got something new for me, bud? Okay. Edgeworth. Okay. I don't know what else if I could do. I'm lost. Present. Maybe you'll fucking give me some info on this. What more evidence could we get with the motherfucker? Okay, so I can't talk to you about it. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Maybe I can present it to her and she'll fucking tell me something about it. You got this? Could you take a look at this? You, yes. You said you wanted some hot tea, right? Oh, no, shit. Then pre-infuse. What the f... Move. Attention center. Present. Now that we got more context. I'm sorry, sir. Oh, Lord. completely and teetotally out of ideas, to be real. Are you ever coming in here?
Yeah.
Alright, chat. It's 44 minutes into the stream. She said she's gonna come in here. I bet she won't be in here until like an hour and 40 minutes in. I bet it'll take her another hour to get here. It do be looking like we stuck. Big time stuck. Shit. I'm more stuck than a stepsister and a washer. We've been presenting, like, to everybody for the past 3.5 hours. It's not really been 3.5 hours, but... Because we gotta go all the way out here, and then we can go to the fucking guard station. Present. I wish you could skip dialogue that's repeated. Okay, you're not gonna fucking tell me anything. Was there a reason to be able to do that? Or like... Okay. I've showed him all of these. You know anything about Goodman's off? No. Already looked at all this shit. Already looked at all this shit. Cool, there was a blood splatter there this whole fucking time? Well, maybe you have better opinions, Gumshoe. You can really tell this was a DS game, bro. Did I get new evidence from that? Maybe there's something in here. Check. I'm like so fucking lost at this point.
What's up?
Just with how everything's going, I don't. Oh. Oh, you didn't bring me any whipped cream?
Sorry.
I'm big sad now.
Hey, good though.
Hmm?
Hey, good though.
Hmm?
Bro, he's just humble about getting rewards. Maybe he just doesn't care enough.
What the hell just happened?
He was playing with Pixel. I think Pixel smacked him a little too hard.
Maybe we can find blood splatter in here, bro. Okay, I'll spray it in here and wait for him now.
So what does Embassy do?
I don't know, let's go find out. It has something to do in the evidence room.
Huh. Police department? Could you try maybe using the luminol on that handprint on the mascot?
I have nothing new to say to him. I don't have anything else to give to him. There's nothing new to investigate.
Huh.
I'm out of fucking ideas.
Oh, we have to ask people about this.
Okay, go ask people about it. I've been sitting in here for the past.
Bitch!
The fuck? I already showed it to him.
Okay.
Bring me another one of those with whipped cream on it.
guard station, you're here. Do you possibly have an ID number we don't know about?
No, skip. He's just gonna tell you 20 million things that don't matter to the case.
Oh gosh, damn it.
Maybe use the spray on the other side. We already looked through all of this, Cam. Believe me. Have you presented the note to her yet?
Yeah, I have. What else? What's autopsy? Can you possibly tell us about maybe one of these?
We've already used the spray everywhere you can in that room, my dude. Only thing I can think of is go back to the evidence room. Guard station. Move.
Did we miss something over here? Maybe?
What?
If that's the case. So, she just said that you don't need your card to get back out as long as the power's on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, someone came back twice.
Let's try Monato's idea. Let's see if maybe I didn't spray something on this side. Oh, I didn't.
Oh, shit.
Even though...
I love the guy on the flyer.
I went from like reading everything to I just stopped reading for now until we get to the trial.
Says nothing but no problem. Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he could report something like this.
Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe?
Thanks.
That's all we needed to fucking do. That's all fucking done. Ugh.
Gumshoe on a day-to-day basis. I'm not very bright, I don't have too many social skills, but I'm loyal if you feed me, and I won't ever leave your side because, well, I need the food.
Edgy!
Oh, I was kind of hoping to watch him sip tea. That was a missed opportunity. I know how you like them fruitcakes, so I figured I'd pick up a flyer for you.
Fruitcakes?
It's called a parfait, Gumshoe. Yeah, it's what I said. Fruitcake. It's a cake with fruit, isn't it? It's a parfait. It's a light, airy cake. Still a fruitcake. I swear to God, Gumshoe.
So how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed the evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. I did. Yeah, question mark. I've heard them say that so many times ever since that case 2 years ago. Tomorrow's trial. You okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney, however, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief of police again. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see why I ask you why. All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of, but still, wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. What thing?
The slip of paper. Gumshoe told us to show it to him.
Oh, right. I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less.
Don't look at me like that, you dumb buffoon!
He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office, but it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here. I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I'm gonna make a note of it. Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. My best evidence? Bitch, I don't know what the fuck my best evidence is.
report? Possibly.
What?
No, it's just expecting you done. Bro, do you need tea? Is that what you're saying? Maybe the luminol?
Yes, let's present him the fucking luminol.
Well, I mean, we found blood splatter with it, so maybe.
I can't even use it in here.
I wanted to present it to them.
Okay, yeah, let's present the fucking luminol to him.
Yep, okay. I thought.
No. It's gotta be something to do with him.
Taking a break?
Yep, I need a break.
Okay. Alright. I shall take over. Hello, Justin. We need to present Edgeworth with the best evidence we have. I don't know what evidence that is. See, we've already done that. Oh, shoot, not that one. See, we present it. It's true. Because we've already seen all this. So do I... No. Goodman's note. You were the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. Must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Aha! The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too then. He was a top officer and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? I about had a stroke trying to read that sentence. In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister, what? If you were still studying forensic science. Yes, of course. Just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminal testing fluid. Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints? It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. Are you sure? We're the enemy, you know? I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, really? No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Knowing Gumshoe, he'd probably lose them. They'd fall out of his pocket somewhere and he'd forget that they existed. Let's get going. One last investigation. Right. Seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Move. Oh boy. We on the move, guys. We on the move. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, in this blood, the detective's evidence locker. Let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose a finger that will have left behind the clearest print.
Stop. I've heard some really dumb things from the Andrew Tate clones.
Oh god.
But listen to this one.
If she wants you to hold her purse, cut it off right then and there. There is 0 point in pursuing that relationship. That woman does not respect you, my friend. The exception to this rule would be, say, if she's struggling to walk up or downstairs or some kind of slippery surface, she has to, like, hold her dress up with one hand, right? Grab her bag and help her like a gentleman. There is some nuance here, but you have to understand that there's a certain line that women can cross where they're completely disrespecting you, and once a woman disrespects you, there's really no coming back from that. If she wants you to hold her purse, cut it off.
Wait. I'm confused. Is he mad that we can't carry everything in our pockets?
No, he's saying if a woman asks you to hold her purse, dump her.
No, that's why I'm asking, like, is he mad that we don't have functioning pockets because the fashion industry just looks at women's pants and is just like, nah, they don't need pockets.
I don't know, but according to him, if she asks you to hold her purse, drop it and be like, I can't continue this relationship anymore.
You've disrespected me and my masculinity, and that is not a vibe.
I totally don't have fragile masculinity. I'm so not fragile that the thought of holding a woman's purse is disrespectful to me.
For merely a fraction of a second for you to fix your shoelace.
Wow. Okay, look.
As an amazing toy once said, what a sad, sad little man.
Could you imagine, people are like, you have fragile masculinity, bro. And you're like, no, I don't. Give us proof. If my girl asked me to hold her purse, I'd dump that bitch. What the fuck?
Yeah, wait a minute, what? I don't think you... That doesn't mean what you think it means.
No, I mean, I get the joke if, she hands you her purse and you do that crap where you hold it out really far, and you're like...
I don't like this.
I don't like doing this, but you hold it for whatever. But, if a woman asking you to hold her purse is disrespectful to you, my boy...
We missed the funny at the Edgeworth office. Oh, I'm sorry, Justin.
You for real got problems. That's I bet that motherfucker's the same type of dude that would hand his girl his wallet and his phone. Can you hold these for me for a second? That's not disrespectful, but if she's like, here, hold my fucking 10-pound bag that has your shit in it, he's gonna be like, she disrespected me. She's making me hold her bag.
I don't want to hold it because it's frilly and pink.
This makes me feel like less of a man.
This makes me feel like my balls are shrinking. It's a bag. It's cloth. It's fine. I just read it. Remember the cactus we sprayed? Yeah. Oh god, it was Edgeworth that fell on the cactus, and we can find that out by swabbing it for prints.
That's...
My poor man got pricked. He got pricked, and not in the way that he was wanting to get pricked.
I just wanted everyone to hear that. To hear... Look, man. If you feel disrespected having to hold your girl's purse...
I think the funniest thing to me as of late when it comes to fragile masculinity is a woman made a video of Andrew Tate, basically Andrew Tate worshippers going and getting a cupcake, and he was like, can I get a man cupcake?
Bitch, a man cupcake, it's a fucking pastry. It's gonna turn into a man-sized shit whether it's pink or fucking blue.
No, and she sat there, she was like, what do you mean, man cupcake, man cake? What do you mean by that? Do you want it, blue? Or do you want, a blue cupcake? Do you want a cupcake with, a football, candy on it? What do you mean? A cake for men, made of meat or something, a meat cake. So let me get this straight.
Just order a gosh damn steak.
So let me get this straight. You came all the way to a cupcake shop to order a meat cupcake. Yeah, that's totally why I'm here. Is your masculinity so fragile to a point where you can't even allow yourself to indulge in a little cupcake? You literally have the right to do that. Like...
It's not even that, it's just like...
Get out of my store!
Bro, facts. I would refuse service.
Everyone worshipping Andrew Tate. Me. Bald fuck.
Well, like, it's one thing to be a...
He really is, though.
It's one thing to be a dude and, like, be very comfortable as a dude. Like, I'm a man. Cool, I'm a dude. I'm not a girl, right? That's cool if you're like that. I get it, bro. You're a dude. You got testosterone. But, like, you should be comfortable enough in this as, like, I am a man and I am straight. Holding a woman's purse will not change that I am a man and that I am straight. Eating a cupcake will not change that I am a man and that I am straight. But the second that you think holding a purse or eating a gosh damned cupcake is gonna shrink your balls and you're gonna be like, oh, let's fuck people in the ass and get fucked in the ass, you got problems. If you think holding a chick's purse is gonna make people walk past you and be like, that dude's definitely gay.
That man is a homosexual.
You've got problems. There are probably gay dudes out there that look more masculine than the dude who's afraid to hold his girlfriend's purse.
Bro, we know a man like that.
Who?
Chad.
Oh, yeah. You couldn't tell he was gay.
Like, literally, he does not set off the...
He won't set off your gaydar unless you ask him certain things, and then it's like, oh yeah, he is gay. I love that dude.
And I've noticed, every time he gets like that certain voice, I don't know how else to describe it, is when he smokes. He just, like, he won't set off the gaydar at all, and then you'll catch him having a smoke break. And you're just like, hey man, what you doing? He's like, just have me a good old cancer stick. And I'm just like, oh my god.
He's so awesome.
He's a cool dude. It's just like, he just acts like every other straight man out there until he smokes.
Yeah.
Only when he's smoking.
Hold on. Bro, if you hold your girl's purse, that will boost your chances of getting bedtime fun. See, and like also some of these dudes think that like doing anything nice for a woman is considered simping. But like, do you know what I've noticed? There's a difference between I'm simping and I will literally do everything for you because I'm so desperate that I'm just trying to get a shred of cooch. Like, I'm just trying to get...
I guess you could say a cunt hair of cooch.
But you're just trying to get a shred of cooch, so you're acting desperate, right? There's a difference between that, because a chick won't fuck a dude that act like that. But a chick also won't fuck the dude who's like, I won't hold your purse. Why? Because you disrespected me, relationship over. I'd be like...
Okay, well, unless she's one of those women that, like, for some reason, she really only likes piece of shit men.
That's fair. But, like, if that happened to me as a woman, I'd be like, alright, I'm a lesbian. I'm turning into a lesbian now. That's it.
Honestly, same.
I can't handle this. I can't handle it. I'm becoming a lesbian.
Bro, at this point, like, with how both sides of the gender spectrum act, I just kind of sit here and I'm just like, if I wasn't married to you and I was still single, I would sit there and just look at everything. It's like, you know what? I'm ace now. I don't like anyone.
But, like, still. Most women don't like overly dickhead guys, right?
Yeah.
And women also don't like simps, because simps are really kind of cringy, because they will literally do everything for you.
Yeah.
Like, the dudes that, like, chicks kind of actually go for are, guess what? Normal-ish. They have, like, a good sense of humor. They have a little bit of confidence. And they'll normally be nice to you if you're like, hey, can you hold my purse for me? Yeah, sure. Or, hey, can you go do this for me? Yeah, sure. Not fucking, can you hold my purse for me? I'm dumping you, bitch.
That disrespects my masculinity. It's not a vibe.
That disrespected me and my 3mm defeater. We're getting the fuck out of here.
Could you just imagine, imagine if, like, you're someone's girlfriend, right? And you're just, like, taking a trip with your boyfriend in the mall. And you just sit there and it's like, hey, babe, I need to go do something. Can you hold my purse for, like, a quick second? and they just sit there and go, this is a major disrespect to my masculinity. It is not a vibe. I do not vibe with this right now.
It's literally just fucking exactly.
Facts.
It like
now
bro,
see like when you do it, it's funny because you sit there and like you put it over your shoulder and you, you do the walk and everything.
Yeah, I'll do the walk. I'm like, I'm fabulous. Let's fucking go. I'm the most beautiful bitch out here. Nobody as pretty as me, motherfuckers.
But see, like, I feel like even as a kid, your mom probably had you hold her purse like
all
once.
the time.
I was about to say, at least once or twice in your life, your mom has had you hold her purse.
That dude must have had a mom that he hated, or like there was one chick that he really loved that cheated on him, and now he's just like, I'm gonna be a disrespectful asshole to a woman, any woman that breathes.
Facts. It's like, bro, who hurt you? Who hurt you this bad to where you do not have the confidence to hold a purse for 5 seconds? Like,
wow.
I don't care how frilly or how pink or like just literally when I take my wife out shopping, I have to hold their purses. Wait,
I wonder
wives? Wives? Like multiple?
If he has multiple wives,
Oh.
I pity him.
Why?
I couldn't deal with it.
Ah.
Look, Cam, I love you, but having 2 other women in my life or more, I would cry. I'd shut a door and cry every night.
I mean, I don't know. You could kind of. I have 3 wives. You could kind of be like Tengen.
You know what? If I'm gonna get multiple wives, I'm gonna get 7, so I can fuck one of you each day of the week.
Everyone has a rotational shift.
You know, you got a rotational shift of pleasure in this house. Wait, also, with the 7...
Cassandra, you're on Monday. Tiffany, you work Tuesdays and Thursdays.
No, because it's only one of you one day of the week. Wait. Anyways, but like, still, even with 7, we could do it alternating, right? So like, one week I cook all of you one different dish all 7 days, and the next week you guys cook me one dish all 7 days of the week. That's how we do this. And then each day of the week.
Also, you're not Tengen Uzui. I don't know, but the way you...
Wait, no, hold on. Each day of the week, we'd also go shopping for different things. And then, at least one part of the month, I'm gonna lock myself in a fallout shelter and eat out of cans.
I had 3 wives, 2 of them died, now I only have 1. Oh, damn.
Are we role-playing now? I hope we're role-playing. This got really fucking dark.
But yeah, Justin, I don't know. With the way you treat Captain Pyro to me sometimes, it feels like that meme of like, well, come on, you gotta love one of them more than the other.
I love them all equally, bro.
No, I love all my wives equally. See? Huh. I'm serious, my guy. I am very sorry.
How fucking old are you, Madonna? Jesus. That's... God, wow, that...
On a lighter note, like I was saying, but yeah, it's just like, see, I like them all equally, huh? I guess you do. I'm 24.
He's 24. He had 3 wives. One of them died. Wow, 2 of them died.
2. On a side note, absolute Riz.
Absolutely is. Jesus Christ.
Okay,
You're
back.
going to hell.
Probably. Back to this. So let's choose the finger that will leave behind the clearest print. Can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger.
That's what she said!
I choose the thumb.
Actually, the middle and ring finger are the best.
We're not talking about that type of fingering.
Oh,
We're just getting fingerprints.
like the musical artist? Fingerprints?
No.
I don't want fingerprints.
Not that! The fucking thing Ace Ventura did when he was looking for the people that stole the white bat.
You missed the joke there, didn't you?
I got the joke.
I'm glad. From Animaniacs?
Yes.
Yes, good job. Alright, let's fingerprints. Shows up with prints.
Let me
That's
show
not
you
what I
how
meant.
it's done. You had to say that right as she said that line. I hate life. So love my wife and decided I'm sticking with the only one. That's good.
Well, that's really good, Minato. I'm really sorry to hear that 2 of them passed away. But also, I don't think I could handle having 3 wives. Like, straight up.
I mean, like, if you can, more power to you. Like, good for you.
I couldn't do it. Not unless I had an existential crisis box. Where I could just go in and scream.
You just had like the equivalent of like a porta potty closet, but it was just like completely isolated and dark and soundproofed, so you could just go in there and scream. First we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. How do you do that? With enter, see?
Ah! It looks like we were talking about fingering and there's a very big splatter of white stuff.
That is not what that looks like, but okay. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess.
Take it, bro! Stop!
With E. Exciting, I know.
Oh, stop!
Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake.
Stop it!
See? Wow, that looks like fun. Might take some getting used to, though.
Stop!
It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything.
Stop!
You just pour the powder on thick and blow. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. White.
Stop!
Emma's a freak for real. I guess I better give it a try.
Oh no! Blow! Blow! Press the E to blow! Enter! What the fuck you talking about? This ain't no fucking computer games about lawyers in South America! Oh my god!
But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Calm down, that's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints?
Let me get my spot back.
Shit! Christ.
Also, my boyfriend's calling.
Which one?
The new one.
Real descriptive.
Who the hell else could be the new one?
I don't know. Fucking Jose? I don't know who you talk to on Discord!
I don't know a motherfucker named Jose.
Shit, you know, I don't know.
I know Jose Cuervo.
Shut up.
You know, we're about to go to trial, and I'm gonna kind of need you to read.
Yeah, I know, but I have like other shit to finish.
I have like other shit to finish. Damn, bro, came a lot. What the fuck am I doing with my life? You should be me. Wow, I wonder if it's that. Bro, I'm coming everywhere right now. Holy shit. Well, I gotta come some more. I obviously didn't come enough. I'll blow that powder, daddy. What in the name of fuck is going on? I'm so good. There was a handprint right here. So why would you tell me to like come over here?
Yo, what's going on?
Very confused as to why it's not letting me dust for prints where it wants me to dust for prints.
Try spraying it with luminol again.
The blood was wiped away, remember? Well, yeah, but didn't she literally just say to do it anyways? But I'm almost damn positive she just told me to check anyways.
Yeah, now I'm lost. I joined in like right in the middle of this shit.
fuck if I know anymore. We have 5 fingers, not 3.
Sorry, Justin, but I have like 93.
I have 97. I just had to one-up you, to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay, you were playing Nikkei. You had a question. What did you want to know?
Hello.
You thought the CEO was doing something?
I think it was the CEO. I think it might just be the commander.
Okay, well, I'm gonna clear your suspicions. The commander is you, and you are as innocent as anyone.
Okay.
Just let you know.
Definitely a high ranking dude. Like I don't remember who he was.
Anderson?
He just threw like a hypothetical at me, like, oh, what you gonna do when you find somebody that hypothetically does this corruption? And I'm like, I'll make him pay. And then he started talking shit, and I wanted the box.
Anderson's a good guy. Don't worry about him. He's one of my favorites. You'll learn to love him too. Sorry, Justin. I've been confused for the past 20 minutes. Actually, the past whole hour of the stream has been the most confusing. Welcome to the stream, Sater. I really did want to start reading all this, but Cam has been too busy with something else for me to be able to read. I'm so sorry, chat. Because I'm really not going to sit here and try to read a chick's lines. Just because reading Phoenix is already a lot, because Phoenix talks a lot. And having to read 3 to 6 other people at the same time as Phoenix is a daunting thought.
But yeah, I'm really liking Nikkei so far, though. Straight up. I love the gameplay mechanics.
You also love the physics, don't you?
Shots.
Oh yes, the lore. You know?
The lore. You're there for the big, bouncy lore.
It's very wide.
It's very wide. But why would Officer it looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence.
To be continued.
Chat, I shaved my beard off.
Oh wait, did you finish the case?
Nope.
Just him with the to be continued.
Still launched.
I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect arrested at each of the crime scenes. I hope that didn't hold you too long for questioning. You lying, I ain't. Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Sky? I love talking in literal air. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lorna Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Alright, everybody, don't give me any hints.
I don't even have the video pulled up.
So don't give me any hints.
No.
The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to
I'll
clarify.
give you some hints, bro. Get some bitches.
I'm gonna need you to go look in the mirror, my friend. You might need some bitches yourself. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? Alright, I'm taking notes, so we can do this, like, actually proper. What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. You say I have no bitches, but where the fuck are your bitches at?
The black hole nude! Run! I almost got taken off.
Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as a prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Very well. Let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly happened at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls a suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Alright, first note, Edgeworth is hot. Things are getting wild from the get-go. I don't even remember what voice I gave this motherfucker. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Meekins, sir. Oh god, that's gonna hurt my ears. My occupation is, that would be murder, sir. Oh. Meekins is
Stupid.
big dumb. That is my actual first note. Meekins is big dumb. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You have to believe me, sir. Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is, sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose action adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Shut the fuck up and give us the report of the crime. Consider that in order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I'm a part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir. You can't fault him for lack of enthusiasm. Crime report, sir. Alright, now here's where I'm actually probably going to take notes, like for real.
Probably should.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room. Alright, so I'm going to start on fresh new notes for this. And we're going to title it Meekins Test. Okay, Meekins testimony. So he was assigned to guard the evidence room. So he is... guarding... He's guarding the evidence room. Okay, got that. Judge is easily influenced. He spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. Alright, so he's seen sus man. Sus man then went in. I was only doing what I was trained to do. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. So... was attacked. Attacked. Killed.
Right, somebody's already broken into the control room.
So he was attacked and he killed his attacker. After that, he passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Alright, so hold on. Before we start rereading it... so the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted, and the colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need to hear is more info. What I need here is more info to work with. Alright. Alright, so he was guarding the evidence room. He's seen a sus dude inside the evidence room. So he went in. He seen some sus man. He walked in. Then he was attacked and killed his attacker. Though it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I'm gonna press. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks, not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger. Yes, sir, the lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. I wasn't sure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. I was to ensure it wasn't broken. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. So he moved the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Okay. Here's the pros of having sticky notes. So we're gonna have his main testimony as a note, and then extra details he fills in as another note.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't a good guy.
Blue Badger, best mascot? Yes. Moved. I'm gonna call Blue Badger BB. BB to have So he moved the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Okay. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man. Okay, so seen sus man and went in. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here on my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed here, right? There it is, I found it. This one right here. Can you please read us the number? Yes, sir. Alright. Let me write down his ID number so I can just have it at the top of my head. ID... No. His ID number is 4989596. I see. But the number 4989596 is shown being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. So it was during that second time. Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir, when I was suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on him. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash in my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought for my life, then I did it. Hold on, I should probably write down was attacked with a knife. Was... attacked... with... Alright, dude. Kniff. Was attacked with knife. Okay, got that written down. I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. Let me write that down. Likes kung fu movies. Write that down. Write that down. Write that down.
Watches Jackie Chan.
No, I was gonna say loves Kung Fu Panda. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. See. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then the next thing I knew, yes, he punched me right in my face, sir. After that, wait a minute. He didn't pass out, he was knocked out.
Yeah.
He was knocked out. So, okay, so I think I know what happened. Meekins didn't actually kill this dude. He got cut by the guy, tried to perform a disarming maneuver, but fucked up because it's Officer Meekins. He was knocked out, left cold. But there was a shit ton of blood because Goodman was murdered there, quote unquote. But the body was nowhere to be found, to which Goodman was found in the parking lot. So I figured what I'm thinking right now is that it was totally Jake Marshall. He killed Goodman in there. Meekins walked in. Meekins tried to put a stop to it, to which Marshall bonked his ass out. Meekins removed Goodman from the scene of the crime. Goodman was then removed from, not Meekins. Goodman was removed from the scene of the crime, transported to the prosecution office, and then murdered. Or then dropped and dumped inside of Edgeworth's car, to which I'm almost positive she discovered the body, which is how this photo was taken. Maybe she has blood on her not because she killed him, but because she was trying to help him? No, that doesn't work, because isn't there a picture of her straight up murdering my guy?
There's a picture of her opening up the car trunk, but not of her murdering him.
Yeah, so... And also, they did all this in Edgeworth's car, and we know SL9 is the case they're working on. It was committed with Edgeworth's knife. I'm convinced it's Marshall, because Marshall, porn star, and Goodman were all in on the SL9 case. Edgeworth prosecuted their main suspect. Marshall and Starr felt like they got the wrong guy. To me, would say that they killed Goodman for some reason and then blamed the high prosecutor for their crime. Which would make sense as to why Miss Starr was so convinced and determined to make sure we knew that Lana was the murderer, because she's also a co-conspirator with Jake. And I also think they were trying to also halfway pin this on Edgeworth too, because they're mad at him.
That would make sense.
That's what I'm thinking. What's up, Draculaura? About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. It's nice. It's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came round, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? Yes, Officer Meekins. With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me this morning, sir. The chief delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. It looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. So what are we getting ourselves into? playing a FNAF game.
Facts.
There's no fast forward option on this tape? Oh no. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that? Wriggling piece of plywood! Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir! It's the Blue Badger, sir! Why am I not surprised? This isn't going smoothly. Yes, well, anyway, this tape does seem to prove the witness did encounter, someone. Mystery man. Alright, here we go. Time to take more notes. Alright, chat, what do you think? Do you think I should start a new note, like another note for the mystery man?
Is the testimony revised?
No, we haven't revised the testimony yet.
Then no.
So should I just keep it on his regular testimony?
Yeah.
Okay. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that that person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. Let's listen to the fingerprint. Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Alright, so let me write down notes of the mystery man on my original paper real quick, chat, and then we'll start pressing. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. Okay. I'm just gonna keep calling this guy Sussman. Sussman's face.
He's back.
Welcome. Can't.
Oh, and guess what?
What?
What's up?
I know Ralph knows this from yesterday, but I actually managed to get Blade.
Nice! But there's no question that that person was Detective Goodman. Meekins. Believes Sussman is good. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, so it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. Okay. Okay. Alright, I got notes. Let's go. Let me go through and press him on everything first. Were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife. Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter. The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you? Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. Okay. Didn't see his face. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I'd bet my badge on it. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is... Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us, why are you positive it was him? I mean, he opened the locker that required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do. Let's see. Can't ever see his face. Can we see that he opens the locker? There's Meekins. I don't think I can, because all I have is back. He slashed him with a knife. Got blood on his shoulder. Can we see Meekins on the ground? Interesting. Because we see the glove fall out. I don't think this is going to help me right now. So we'll press for now. Is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must have been the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir, and this too. The locker he opened was unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. Oh, God. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. Locker was Goodman's locker. Okay. Let me write that down. Locker was
romantic troubles. That's it. Send him to jail.
Okay, locker was Goodman's. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock, and it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Is there a problem with the security video? I know I'm probably gonna have to push it, but I'm gonna watch it. That said, send him to jail. Is there a problem with it? Hey Cam, do you got a notebook I can use? I do. I have a composition book right here. Okay. I'm gonna start on a new note. I'm gonna rewatch this. Okay, we're gonna title this. We're gonna title this. Evidence room. Video. Okay. So it pans over and it shows us Goodman's locker. Nothing. Then we're gonna say sus man walks past opens Goodman's locker Meekins attacks Sussman. I await your request for our observations. I'll give you my request in a second. I'm enjoying writing notes about it. It's actually getting me engaged. Most of these streams I get kind of bored at this point. So, Meekins attacks Sussman. Sussman stabs Meekins. Okay, so I got up to where Sussman stabs Meekins. Meekins retaliates. Meekins puts his hands up. Sussman stabs Meekins. Meekins puts his hands up. Because Meekin put... But Otto, I don't want help yet. Even though I'm pretty sure that's Detective Goodman's hand. Not Goodman, fucking Gumshoe. Because I noticed that Meekins puts his hands up. As if he, like, almost surrenders. See, because he gets stabbed, he goes to try to take the knife away. He puts his hands up, he thrusts at him. Like, the guy lunges at him. So Sussman lunges at him. And then he's down on the ground. Sussman lunges. Lunges at Meekins. Because Sussman then lunges at him, if you notice. So he, like, puts his hands up, and then he lunges at him, and then he's passed out. And if we refer to his testimony, he says that he was attacked with the knife, which we can see in the videotape, and he thinks he disarmed him, stabbed him, and passed out. But I've come to the conclusion, because he says that he got punched in the face, that Sussman... Because we see here that he goes for it, gets slashed, so I'm piecing this together. He puts his hands up, boom, that's where he's knocked out, right there. He got knocked out. Sussman pushes him up against the wall, right? And I guarantee you, he crawled out. That's why we don't see him, he crawls out. Yes, it is a handprint. But I don't think the handprint's important, because I'm pretty sure that that's... It's in paint, so I'm pretty sure that was, what's his name? Yeah. I'm positive that this isn't Goodman. That's why I keep calling him Sussman. Because I don't think it's Goodman. This is Sussman. For now, until I know. Because I'm pretty positive that Sussman is actually Jake Marshall. Because, you see, Meekins tries, he pushes him there, and he puts his hands up, he lunges, that's where he's knocked out. Meekins is pushed against the wall. Because he's out cold. He's pushed against the wall, and the guy who just did all that definitely got on the fucking ground and crawled. That's why we don't see him, he crawls. Guarantee you he's on the floor trying to crawl out, because if you notice, that blood splatter that was wiped off over there on that locker was probably because he crawled out and used that locker to help get himself off the ground. I'm going to write that down. I'm going to write down what I think happened.
Yeah. I mean, it depends.
So I think Jake uses Goodman's ID to get in. Meekins attacks him. Meekins attacks him. Oh god, my handwriting's bad because I'm trying to rush through. I look like a serial killer, I guarantee you. Meekins attacks him. He knocks Meekins out. He knocks Meekins out. Crawls away, leaving a bloody handprint print on a locker. A locker he used to stand up. Yeah, there is that cloth hanging from it. And wait, yeah, because if you notice at the beginning of the videotape that there wasn't cloth there. That cloth was not there yet, and we know that the bloody handprint had been wiped. So he used, because that, it's still not there, used the cloth to wipe, because it's still not there. We're gonna come back. We're gonna see Meekins on the ground, which is long enough for that guy to have gotten the fuck out and crawled. And now that cloth is out. Yes, you can give your observations now. Because I have enough written out that I would like to hear some observations to see what I can change. We don't know whose locker that is, we just know that Jake Marshall's prints are on it. That is true. It could just be his locker. Cause I still think it's Jake. Lockers, paint. Goodman's locker. There's like a... Okay. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility... Then watch. I know that the glove fell out. The man may not have been Detective Goodman. Interesting, Your Honor. I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I propose we have the defense point out to us the alleged contradiction in this videotape. Yeah, you would want me to point it out. It's set up so you can fast forward and pause the video. So it's already unlocked. Locker is already unlocked. Okay. Locker is already unlocked. Yeah, because it opened. And also, that cloth isn't out. And if we play, and then we fast forward, boom. There goes Sussman. He didn't even use a fingerprint to get in. But here's where I'm wanting to pause. See, Meekins puts his hands up. So that's why... Yeah, he put his hands up. So would that be the contradiction? Would I point that out? Would I present that? Like, that the green light above that locker already means it's unlocked, or... I don't know. I don't know if that's what I would want to present. I don't know if I want to present that, or if I want to present the cloth at the end. I'm gonna present the light. That's what I'm gonna present. And I'm gonna rewind it to before this guy's here. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins, sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the locker is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. This video is enough to make me vomit. I'm tired of seeing it. Do we have to, like, watch the whole thing? We do. Okay. Well, chat, what do you guys... Has my detective skills improved since I've started taking notes?
I think it has.
When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. I do think my detective skills has improved since I started taking notes. I have like 3 different notes going on here right now. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Order, order, what's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the lockers are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, you have an explanation. Me, Your Honor? Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, who texted me? Sorry, somebody texted me, chat. Something's jammed. The sensor, sir. There's something else that seems out of place in this video. I know exactly what it is. I know exactly what it is. I ain't gotta read chat. I guarantee you that it's the glove that fell out. Somebody closed it. The glove stopped it from closing completely. Monado, me and you guessed the same fucking thing. Gosh damn it. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Cap gets it in one! Finally! It's all because I'm taking notes, chat.
Let's go.
It's because I'm taking notes. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. Just like something white's gonna fall out of my balls tonight. But sir, it's been my experience.
Really?
Dude. It's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? This video, I feel like I'm watching one of them FNAF analog tapes, bro. Monado, me and you are fucking humongous brained right now. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. It's just like my tie! 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. We really do be playing FNAF now. I'm eventually gonna play FNAF on stream again, I promise you guys. We'll do another spooky scary Sunday.
And we're almost in October, so it makes sense.
Yep. October, I'm gonna do full. October is gonna be fucking full of spooky shit, guys. I promise you. Would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene. There just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, don't you mean? I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Would the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was the blah, 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 blah. You get it. You get what the fuck I mean. I'm having problems.
You get... You get to what the fuck I mean.
You get what the fuck I mean. I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SO9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. Lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. Order, order, order! So, are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? Oh, you mean that, sir. Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well. Begin your testimony. Mystery Man 2. Okay, okay. Now we're on a different testimony. I have my theory of the crime, so let me open up to a different page and then go Mystery Man 2 testimony and we'll take notes. Alright. Sus Man 2. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. Okay, but, like, here's why I'm still thinking it's Jake Marshall. Hear me out, chat. That ID card was left away from Detective Goodman's body at a different part of the crime scene. If it was Jake Marshall, they dragged him over there, dumped him in the back of Edgeworth's car, and dumped his ID further away from his body so that it would take a little bit longer to ID him. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. An ID card record. Okay. I'm gonna put quotation marks. Goodman used his card to get in the evidence room. Okay. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. Miles Edgeworth, Mike Meekins, Bruce Goodman. Just before the crime. Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transfer. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most of them were cleared by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. Okay, Sussman 2. Okay, we're just gonna press everything. So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give a V for victory sign, sir. Didn't he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. Enter the evidence room. You need... Is that the card hanging from your neck one of those ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuffs. Keep it right here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck instead of the door closing. Okay, maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer only has one ID. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. I haven't seen anything I need to write down yet. Let it be noted, this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. You've got the wrong color, kid. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my action. All of their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. For Mr. Edgeworth, it must be so difficult for him. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir, he didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked. Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Fuse. The problem with the ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. Okay. Goodman used his ID card to get in to the evidence room. Wouldn't show Meekins the ID card. So he wouldn't show Meekins the ID card. He wouldn't show Meekins the ID card. Instead, he started blasting. What am I missing here? What am I missing here? Let me look at my court record. It was found at the prosecutor's office. The crime scene. This is the knife he must have attacked Meekins with. Bruce Goodman checked in. Meekins checked out. Meekins checked in right after. Alright, chat. I've been taking notes, but I can't get this one. I need help. Lost item report. Because this, on the lost item report, is 5-7. And if we're looking here, that's 777. Because his ends with, has 5-9 in it. Or no. 8-9. It has 8-9. This is 5-7. Non-Harry. Alright. So I'm going to suggest that we're not going to use the lost item report yet. I think that's going to come later. I think I'll present the ID first, because it was found in a completely different location. The only thing that strikes me as odd when it comes to this you do have to respond on any testimony besides the first one. What? Do you mean press? Because I thought we already pressed this guy all the way. Wait, the knife in the video wasn't the switchblade? It wasn't? Hold on. Was it already Edgeworth? Was it already Edgeworth's knife? I can't tell. I'll have to rewatch. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Justin. No, that's not Edgeworth's, I don't think. I'll have to go back and look at Edgeworth's again. Hold up. Because I don't think Edgeworth's has that curve. No, it is Edgeworth's knife. Why is Edgeworth's knife there already? Okay, so let me go back to my videotape notes. Sussman had Edgeworth's I don't think it's a dagger, because if you noticed in the video, you can see this curve. You can see this curve, man. That's what it's pointing out to me. You can see that curve at the back of the knife, because if you see that curve at the back of the knife there, and then we go here to see Sussman.
Yeah.
I'll show you what I mean, because it's going to be like a split second, so I'm going to have to point it out really quickly, so I better get my mouse over here. You'll be able to see that curve at the back. I don't know, non-Harry. The toxic gossip train? Oh, good lord. God. Ugh. But if you notice, you can see that curve there. The curve of Edgeworth's knife, see? Present. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. A lot of knives have those. I just find it... Why would there be... Just real quick. Edgeworth's knife that has this curve. The SL9 incident knife that has that curve. And they're both involved in the exact same murder, but that's a different knife that we haven't found yet? That's kind of strange. Unless if I go back to that note that I just took, it might not be Edgeworth's knife. Might not be Edgy's knife. Might be... It's Jake Marshall's knife. You see it every time he cuts his face. Might be Jake Marshall's knife. You see it every time he cuts his face. It has the same curve. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene... Hold on, I'm trying to get... God, I have so many notes now. I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID. Ah, lost item report. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order, order. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order, order, order. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. I swear if the next thing out of your mouth is poppycock, Edgeworth, I will fucking deck you. I will fucking deck you. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murderer in the room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is, well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, well. It seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department on 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is only to examine the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Chat, I just had a whole ass internal monologue with myself. I'm so sorry, I should have talked. I was having a whole ass conversation with myself. I was sitting there piecing things together. I was like, okay, but like, how is this not disproving that the murderer wasn't Lana Skye? Because everything is pointing to it somebody wanting to fucking frame the prosecution's office. Somebody that has a bone to pick with them. The people that had a bone to pick with them was Goodman, fucking Star, Miss Coffema, and Jake Marshall. They had a fucking bone to pick because they think that the prosecution office intentionally put the wrong person in jail, right? They were working the case on their own, to which Marshall took Goodman's ID to get in there to get the evidence, because I don't think Marshall really gave a shit. I think he was content with it, so they were mad at him because he didn't want to change anything. So they took Marshall took Goodman's ID, went in there to get what he wanted. He got what he wanted out of there, but Meekins came in at the time. He had to subdue Meekins so that nobody could figure out it was Marshall. He left. To which then, after he leaves, we don't know where he goes, but we know that Goodman was then murdered at the time that this was happening by somebody. So I don't think Marshall is the actual murderer. I think it was Miss Starr. I think Starr actually murdered her. To which they used everything in their power to frame the prosecution. I really do. That would explain why there was so much evidence packed in the back of Edgeworth's car. They used Edgeworth's knife, they dumped him in Edgeworth's car, and then blamed the chief prosecuting attorney. People that they would have legitimate bones to pick. The picture that we have of Lana Skye looking in that fucking thing with blood all over her is not because she murdered him. I think it's because she opened the trunk to look. But then why would Lana admit to the murder? I think she's being blackmailed. We already know blackmail's a thing because fucking Mr. Red White was using Blue Corp to blackmail people. Yeah. It really wouldn't surprise me if they had some kind of dirt on her that they were using to blackmail her. I think they were probably blackmailing her. She decided not to go with it anymore, and that's when they did the murder. Genuinely what I'm theorizing right now. I think they had something on her. I think they had dirt or something.
I mean, it makes sense.
100% they had dirt on her, bro. Yep. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Sorry. Okay, we have to rewatch the whole fucking thing. Gosh damn it!
Gosh damn it!
I didn't really want to rewatch it, but... Alright, we'll see you non-Harry. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder taking place in the parking lot. Specifically, large amount of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of this matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This might be my chance. Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, whom do you have in mind? The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name? Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during the time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. You're the one who knows everything. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Look at your sad little puppy. You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. On top of that, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. Good lord, hey. Oh. Jeez. Good. I mean, that's right. My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name at my request. Alright, let me start another note up for the S Online incident. SL9. Case. That way I don't have to fucking constantly read through it. Alright, it was the Joe Drake killings. Joe Drake. Killings. Are you trying to fucking tell me how to pronounce a word that... Not... So a word spelled like Drake is not Drake. If it's darky, I'm not saying it. I don't want to say that. Alright, Cam, it's time. Joe Dark. Joe Mama, Jesus fucking Christ. Joe Dark, fine. Fucking Joe Dark killings. I need to read these. Joe Dark, crime, serial murder. He was sentenced to death. Victims: Edward Jones, Edith Kirby, Jeb Bates, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall. That's important. Prosecutor. Lana Sky. Lana Sky and Emma Sky, but she was one of the executive investigators. Bruce Goodman, Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. I mean, it's kind of hard to know how half of these names are pronounced when it's like a text-based game, Justin. Like, don't get mad at me, dude. Have you taken your medicine, Cam?
I was trying to get that lost on this.
Out of all the names that are hella suspicious in this is the fact that it's Joe Dark and we have someone named Jason Knight being murdered. We also have Neil Marshall, which I guarantee you is connected to Jake Marshall. Alright, let's look at victims. Let's mark victims, so...
You don't have any water left, do you?
Nope, I drank it all. So we got Ed Jones. We got Ed Jones. Jason Knight.
Edith Kirby.
Edith.
Jeb Bates.
Kirby.
Rachel Moss.
Did I put Edith Kirby? Rachel Moss. Rachel Moss. Jeb. And then we also have the most important name here, Neil Marshall. And the most important name of Neil Marshall. And those were our victims. Head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses. Let me put down our witnesses. Witnesses were Lana and Emma. Lana and Emma Sky. Our witnesses were Lana and Emma Sky, but our executive investigators were Damon Gant and Lana Sky, so she was also involved in the executive investigation, so we'll go... Executive investigators were Damon Grant. Or Damon Gant, sorry. Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Our head investigators, so we'll give that HI, were Bruce Goodman. Was Bruce Goodman, Jake Marshall. Marshall, and Angel Star. I think it's very important we get our lead investigators down. Our head investigators. Close. The perpetrator was Joe Dark, so we'll put... Perp. It's crime. And sentence. So the perp was Joe Dark. Joe Dark, he was a serial killer. The sentence was death. I'm writing these out of order, but like, I'd rather... Alright, victims, we wrote down his Vix. We did not write the head prosecutor, but we did do the witnesses, but we'll still do head prosecutor as HP, which was our boy. Miles Edgeworth. Alright, cool. I got everything written down from this case, so I can just go back really fucking easily. Please say your name and occupation. Wow. I'm hot as hell, chat. I'm so sorry. I hate this guy. Alright, now let's start another page. Project Marshall's testimony. Did my pen just run out of ink like right here, right now? Nope. It just decided to start writing. Nope, it's out of ink. Chat, can you give me a minute while I go get another pen? Alright, I'm back, chat. Howling wind. I've never heard Edgeworth describe that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. Desperado's soul is boundless. Okay, oh, shit. Alright, cool. Let's get on. Day of the crime. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. Was bar. When crime occurred. I don't believe that shit for a fucking minute, but I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail. What? By 2 security systems. Okay, now I know that's a room. Has 2 systems. Are you guys still there, by the way?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, I'm John.
I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated lockers? Fingerprints activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. I'm gonna add an extra note. He's a dick. No, I'm just kidding. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all rules. I'm gonna go wash this hoe. Day of the crime. My job was to keep an eye. Okay, whatever. They said I was supposed to make rounds. Was supposed to check room 3 times a day. Okay. Besides, the room's protected by security systems. Okay. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon. I'm just an innocent traveler. What my style? I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado. I know the rule. I know let's rules. No desperado. I know let's rules get his way. No desperados. I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about it? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. Does this guy avoid being fired? Besides, the room's protected by the security system. The only thing I could think to do is that we need to present the picture of his hand right now. That's all I can think of that would be relevant to this, is to present the picture of his hand. His handprint, his fingerprint.
I'm about to make my friend really
doing to your friend?
He's trying to tell me how to make passes.
What do you think, chat? What am I presenting to him? This one I'm kind of stuck on, to be honest. Even my notes won't help me on this one right now. His fingies. Alright. Let's present him. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd that is you being called to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime, and yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm a caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respect. That is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what is the meaning of this? No blood-stained fingerprints were at the scene of the crime. The blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? Seems to me, there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Oh, that was Edgeworth, very well. You may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Okay. Blood-stained fingerprints. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingers was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? Wait, how did he know? How?
Yeah, how do you know?
Did no. The man in the evidence was How did he know evidence room was wearing gloves? And we also know that there wasn't a murder in the evidence room. Alright. I gotta press him. How did you know that? Maybe a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right, it was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprints. It's the only logical conclusion. I can't let him squirm out of this. Some decisive time. Officer Marshall's crime. That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. And one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. I mean what I said. Okay, so that was his locker, and that's his fingerprints got on it, but that's not taking me out of this. It's still the cloth. Alright, do I present the cloth in that video? I think it's going to be the cloth because somebody very, very, very intentionally wiped their hands with it.
Yeah.
It's the only thing I can think of. Is that it would be... It would be that. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right? Okay, that's very challenging. Why are you challenging me on that specifically? That's very weird. That's what I've been fucking saying. It's gotta be the cloth, right, chat?
Most likely.
It's gotta be. That cloth has stuck out to me for a long time. It stuck out to me since we were in Meekin's testimony. I have it back here. Yeah. To stand up and use the cloth to wipe blood off of the locker. It's that fucking cloth. There's no way it isn't. No cloth. Meekin's on the floor. Cloth. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget. The days are short in Texas. No, they're not. They're long, miserable, and hot. Shut the fuck up, Marshall. Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad. The key lies at a certain locker shown in the video. I knew it was that fucking cloth. The locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. I fucking knew it. I noticed this shit like an hour ago. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. I hate to rain on your parade. But you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I'll call your bluff. You say open that locker, now prove it. Would it be this? Or would it be this one? I don't know which one. What's one of these two? I would think it's this, because only assigned detectives prints can unlock it. So do I'm just gonna do this. A fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you. No! If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, fucker. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Please answer the question. What is he now? Bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Oh, this is easy. He wasn't the killer, he was the victim. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video was Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card. And how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it into the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple, he couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. Very well. It's gotta be the coat, right? It's gotta be that. It's gotta be the blood. I'm with you. I'm with you, Minato. I think it's the blood on the coat. This music is grating. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. Seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. Managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. So you did it for the security camera. The detective's ID card. I stole that the morning of the incident. He stole the ID. That. That really was why Goodman started filing out the lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. Okay, I need to go back. I have to go back. I need to go back. Press. You had to do it that way. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? Yes, in my incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But why did you hope? What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. Okay. Wanted. One, two, see. Yeah. Evidence. No matter what the cost, I don't care what anyone says, partner, that case is mine, but Officer Marshall was in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins, so let's just press for now. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. Only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. I have to think a little more about his raise this year. Where did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me, so I ended up cutting him slightly. Sorry it had to turn out this way. Me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. I know which areas would be caught on the camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. Cut a man with this knife. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. Someone was in the security room. When I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. He wanted the case for himself. He wanted to see the evidence himself. He stole Goodman's ID so he could take out the evidence without getting in trouble. He stole the ID that morning. SL9 case is Alright, what do we do, chat? Do we press anymore, or should we... Or do we present... Or do we present the SL9 case file? SL9 incident, we went over this. Time to take out the evidence. For a second, I plan to take out the evidence. Wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. Press that. Press that. Press that. But the blood found on the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing... Okay, I need to write that down. When... he opened the locker... Evidence was gone. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case, this one's mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer. To get an answer I'm satisfied with. Let's hear more. Can't forget about it. We know why. It's because of the victim data that I got from the other half, which is leading us with our victims. Neil Marshall. It's related to him, either his brother or his father. Maybe even someone closer than that. Joe Dock was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dock case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one would talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with something I think the reason is. Okay, easy. I'm gonna go to the specific scene I want. We're gonna present. We're gonna go to the SL9 case file. We're gonna present it, and we're gonna bring up Neil. We're gonna bring up Neil. Neil is very important. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. You received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed, and the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to public record. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room.
It's time for this.
Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. Then the things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. Exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance. It's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, it means the murder in the prosecution officer's parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me the boys got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye, and the testimony of Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Not a response. I rest my case. Emma? I can't read none of this, so fuck it. What do you mean, Wright? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Alright, I gotta use the bathroom, chat. I gotta use the bathroom. We've been live for like 4 hours. I'll be RB. Didn't intend to leave you guys in the dark. Sorry about that. Without audio. Kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the DL6 referred to the Joe Dark killings. Not if she mentions that. Both Sky sisters are on there. That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day, so I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker, but no fingerprints were found on that. No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue, so I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney! But Mr. Wright, traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone could save Lana, it's you, me. Oh, boy. What could be wrong with the handprint? Well, that's easy. It's obviously my object. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. No, the only thing that seems clear is that you're grasping Mr. Wright. Tell me, is there a problem with it? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on here? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. All the evidence here. There's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in these floor plans? It would have to be the Blue Badger, right? It's definitely got to be the Blue Badger. Like, it's totally him. It's BB. It's gotta be BB. There's no way it's not my boy BB. It's not my boy the Blue Badger. I'm badgering this point home. Fuck, I lost something. He's right in front of that. Should I use the tape or the Blue Badger as my evidence? Blue Badger panel. I had a feeling. All right. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger mascot of the police force. Defender of truth. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What do you say? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Good afternoon. Officer Meekins was the one who brought that Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that means this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such a far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other... Oh, I accidentally clicked it. Fuck, I'm sorry, chat. Balderdash! It took me a minute. I had to, read over it, 2 times. Someone bled prior to the struggles shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous! I refuse to accept your absurd claim! The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? Prior to the officer, Meekins was being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman. Another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the evidence locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. It's this. This number right here, 777777 at 4:20 p.m. It's the ID card record. The crime took place inside the evidence room, and the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? Alright, man. I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have just had 10 minutes to murder the victim and carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's just look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining, 77777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 77777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this as soon as possible. Find out whose ID number is 77777777.
Just find out who has the ungodly amount of sevens in their damn ID!
That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official what?
Sorry, you said I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. The only thing that popped into my head was just like, right, honey, Daddy's talking, shut up.
Right, honey, Daddy's talking, shut up.
As I was saying,
You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. Would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay, let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number and it's not 77777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I wanted to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. It's a mine incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, we felt powerless on the law. At least I did. I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what do you say? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. Shock, gasp, horror. See? That's what I'm talking about. This man, he looks like a mix of Yoshikage Kida and like...
Bro, that's exactly who I was thinking. I'm not even...
Like the whole time I've been staring at him, I've been thinking of Kida. Alright, that's it. That's it for me. I can't keep going, chat. I cannot keep going. I'm fucking tired. And I took a shit ton of notes. I took enough notes to kill a small infant. Or kill my own brain cells. Possibly I did the second. Alright, chat. I'm going to bed. All of you have a wonderful night. Thanks for coming out and seeing us. We really appreciate you guys. Peace.
Peace.